All right, we're going to be getting ready to go pulling. Our first class actually will be the youth class. They will have my lineup here to me shortly, and we will get ready to start our youth class. This class is our future pullers here. This is a good way to get the youngsters involved in pulling, is to get them started here with the garden tractors. So we're going to be off and rolling as soon as I get my lineup sheets here, and of course, Kim Reeder takes care of all that, and she takes care of everything else. And we want to thank the Johnsville Roritan Club for having us here. We've been here for quite a long time. Of course, I've pulled here many times when they used to run the antique tractors here. Now I'm going to be pulling here with my garden tractor, so it's going to be kind of different here, pulling with the little one. But after the youth class, then we're going to move on into the pro stock class. And then it's going to be the new open class.
It's all good. You just tell them to hold their horses.
All right. Here's how it's going to go down. Jackson Caldwell will be the first puller, and it'll be John Sowers. Ethan Bravard. Addison Ewing with Jolene. Bruce Bavard, Jesse Caldwell with the hot rod, Blake Lambert, and then Addison Ewing with Geraldine. There's our youth class pullers. Well, here's our first puller. This is Jackson Caldwell. He's driving a tractor called the Wild Willie. Now, the first puller in each class, after they make their first pull and they say the sled is set, and he'll have to make the decision. Will he keep that hook, or will he drop and come back later in the class? The odds makers up at the casinos in Atlantic City say the odds are 5-1 that he will do better the second time out. So right now, our first pull of the day is Jackson Caldwell with the Wild Willie. All right, 123.62, 123.62. You gotta lighten up the sled. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
They gonna lighten the sled or need one more puller? All right. Okay. Well, they're gonna go ahead and they're gonna lighten the sled up a little bit, only 123.62. They want to get them around, so that's gonna be what they're gonna try and shoot for. So actually, they're going to let him, I'm going to see if he's going to come right back, and that is his option. He can come right back. So yes, he's going to come right back. That way he can still hold his pole position. Now, how they draw the polling order is that they will draw a number out of a hat. The lowest number will be the pole position. That's kind of the luck of the draw. Now, unlike motorsports, now all these tractors weigh 1,050 pounds with the driver on the seat, and that is a maximum weight. Unlike any other forms of motorsports like drag racing where it's a minimum weight including the driver, this is a maximum weight including the driver. And ladies and gentlemen, my name is Chester Welty. I'm the blabbermouth of the Mid-Atlantic. I have been calling the shots for the garden tractor pulls for the past, I'm going to say 4 years now. So we'll see what goes on here. Jackson Caldwell with the Wild Willie will be up. Dad's coaching him on, telling him where to go on the track. There's a very good biting track, good power track. Of course, making some adjustments to the sled. Making a little adjustments to the tractor. I'm getting ready to get her started. I'm gonna get a good tight hitch. All right. We'll see what he can do. Dad's getting everything set up, getting it locked into gear. All right. Green flag's on the sled. Green flag is dropped. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes Jackson Caudill with the Wild Willie. Well, a little bit better, 144.85. So we'll find out from trackside if they're going to leave the sled set. I see that Andy and the finish line, the flagmen are talking. Drop. So Jackson Caudill will play the odds maker, so he's going to drop. That's his option. The first puller in each class has that option. After they have set the sled, he can make that choice. Either keep that hook or drop and come back. That's going to leave it wide open for John Sowers. So looking down the list, John Sowers will be up next. Ethan Brobart is on deck. Addison Ewing is in the hole. Bruce Bravart, you're thinking about it. Those are our next four pullers in the youth class. Then we'll cycle in Caudill. All pro stock pullers. All pro stock pullers. Be lined up and ready after we get done with the youth class. So right now, we have another wheel horse. This is John Sowers on a tractor they call the Traveler. And he's off and rolling. Here comes John Sowers, the Traveler. We are in the youth class right now. All right, John Sowers went 84 feet. All right, so we're looking for Ethan Bravert will be up next, and Addison Yu. Rolling with the youth class. And then looking down our lineup for the next class is the Pro Stock class. It's going to be Mark Cessna, Doug Deal with the Exclusive, Dwayne Gregg with the Iron Mule, and Doug Deal again with the Inflation.
Stock 16.
All right. 84 feet, .92 is the mark to beat. Jackson Caldwell had 144.85. He dropped. He's going to drop and come back, so we'll see what he can do. All right. I'm going to say this is more of a... Well, he has 2 attempts to move the sled 50 feet, so we'll find out if he's... So we'll find out. He only went like 3 feet. 3.25 feet. So we'll find out because he has 2 attempts to move that sled. So now he can probably drop and come back. All right, so that's going to now leave it wide open for Addison Ewing with Jolene. See what Addison can do out here. This is a tough tractor right out here. We'll see what she can do out here in the youth class. All right, she's off and rolling. Good run for Addison Ewing, 128.45. 128.45. And she'll be coming back with her other tractor, Geraldine. But right now, that's going to be the mark to beat, 128.45. Looking down our list, Bruce Bavard will be up next. Jesse Caldwell with a hot rod will be on deck. Blake Lambert is in the hole. Addison Ewing with Geraldine. You're thinking about it. This is Bruce Babbard, another wheel horse. Yeah. That's a brand new tractor, so we'll find out what's going on. He does have 2 attempts to move that sled. All right. There's probably a brand new tractor, so they're going to have to work some kinks out of it. And like I said, they got 2 attempts to move that sled 50 feet, so. We'll find out if he's going to come back later on. All right, looking down our list. Now it should be Jesse Caudill with the hot rod, should be next. Right now, Addison Ewing still holding number 1 at 128.45. We still got Jackson Caudill still going to be pulling. After Jesse, it's going to be Blake Lambert, Addison Ewing with Geraldine, and Jackson Caudill. All pro stock pullers. All pro stock pullers. You're going to be the next class after the youth, so y'all need to be lined up. It'll be Mark Cessna, Doug Deal with the exclusive, Dwayne Gregg with the Iron Mule, and then Doug Deal again with the inflation. Then after that, then we're going to move on into the open class, and then we got Glenn Conrad, Mark Ahalt, Marvin Hand, John Copsey, and Jake Phillips. But right now on the track, we got Jesse Caudill with the hot rod, another wheel horse. $125.61. So right now, looks like Addison Union with Jolene still leading at 128.45. Then it's Jesse Caudill taking over number 2 at 125.61. And, of course, John Sowers with the Traveler. He's at 84.92. He's third right now. We're looking for Blake Lambert, Addison Ewing with Geraldine, and then Jackson Caudill with the Wild Willie. And then we're going to be moving on into our pro stock class. All right. Like I said, a big thank you to Doug Schupp, who's on the Massey Ferguson right now. He's keeping the track in good shape. Right now, this is Blake Lambert on a tractor he calls the Mower Special. I think this thing's... All right, I was told this was an exhibition. Because that thing's got a little diesel engine. And he went 178.47. 178.47. So right now, Addison Ewing with Jolene still leading the class at 128.45 is the mark to beat. Well, Addison Ewing's coming back with Geraldine, and we got Jackson Caudill with the Wild Willie, and that'll wrap it up for the youth class. And a little later on today, we're going to have them come out with our, I think it's going to be the top 5 for our awards presentation. Right now on Geraldine. Well, let's see if she can beat her own mark. Right now, she's leading the class with Jolene with 128.45. Can Geraldine beat that mark? Right now, Jesse Caudill holding second at 125.61. 2 more pullers yet to go there. We're going to move on into our pro stock class. And it will get a little bit louder here. Right now, here comes Jolene. Addison Ewing on Geraldine. She was close, 126.09. 126.09 for Addison Ewing with Geraldine. Well, that puts her in second. She edged out Jessie Caudill, got him by a little over a foot.
Yeah, go ahead.
Our brothers are going to come back for an exhibition. Blake Lambert's run at 178.47. That was an exhibition run as well. So right now, Addison Ewing is holding first with Jolene and second with Geraldine. And right behind her in third is Jessie Caudill with the hot rod at 125.61. We still got one more puller yet to go, and that's Jackson Caudill with the Wild Willie, the last puller in the class. Of course, the pull isn't over until the last puller hooks to the sled. And I've seen many times over the years, even myself included, I've been the last puller and I've been the last hook in the class, and I've won the class. So the pull isn't over until the last puller hooks to the sled. And like I say, I've seen it many times over the years that the last puller in the class usually comes out and wins the class. All right. So Ethan Bravart and Bruce Bravart are going to come back and do an exhibition run. All right, our last official hook in this class is Jackson Caudill with a Wild Willie. 128.45 4-5's the mark to beat. Ooh, 95.75. And he was our last official hook in the class. We got 2 exhibition pulls, so I'm looking down on unofficial top 5. The way it's going to be unofficially, they'll have the official results at registration, but Addison Ewing with Jolene will take number 1 at 128.45. She'll also take second with Geraldine at 126.09. Third was Jesse Caudill with a hot rod at 125.61. Fourth was Jackson Caudill with 95.75. And fifth was John Sowers with the Traveler at 84.92. Let's give them a nice round of applause for all the youth pullers. And we got 2 exhibition runs right now. I don't know, something's up. Ooh. I don't know if he's got an issue with the clutch. All right, he's off and rolling. Nah, he can't get her to move. But a brand new tractor, they'll get it figured out. Let's give him a nice round of applause. They'll get that tractor figured out. That's actually a bone stock tractor. Straight from the factories. There's a big difference between some of the other pullers in this class that have the actual pulling drawbar where they can adjust the hitch height. That is an actual stock drawbar on his.
Yes, sir.
All right. So now we're going to let Bruce Bavard, we're going to let him pull. Oh. Well. What? Sound check 1 2 7. Well, we got our last puller up, and this is Bruce Bavard. So we'll see what he can do. This is probably another pure stock tractor. Well, he had it moving a little bit. All right. Let's give him a nice round of applause. And these are bone stock tractors. These are actually bone stock tractors with a stock hitch. So let's give all the youth pullers a nice round of applause. They are the future of pulling. You know, this is how we get them started. We get them started with these garden tractors, and as they get older, if they want to, they can get either into the antique tractors or farm stocks, or even get into the interstate or the big leagues of the Pro Pulling League or NTPA. So this is the future pullers out here. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Also like to say a big thank you to the sponsors for the Johnsville Show, Standball Incorporated, Ryan Standball Truck Services, MT Laney, Legacy Septic, Standball Welding, Magstone LLC and Megabolt LLC, Reese Farm, Chuck and Debbie, White Pine Paving, Uniontown Ag Services, Franklin Electric, AgriGold, Greens Trucking. And that's the sponsors for the Johnsville Show. The sponsors for the FreeState Garden Tractor Pulling Series is Regional Fire Protection, D&D Motorsports, Chambersburg Rental Services, Cat Metal, Decker's Tire Cutting, Planks Auction Company, H&H Performance Parts, GS Images, Rocky Hollow Holdings, Jefferson Reynolds, Automotive Diesel and Equipment Services, K Black Services, D&D Truck Repair and Towing, Hunter Powered, White's Shed Prep, DS Olden Excavating and Hauling, Circle D Farms, D&W Enterprises, High Tech Powder Coatings. But right now, we're getting ready to go with our next class, and that is the Pro class. Now these tractors, all the pullers will be wearing a full fire suit. These are all carbureted alcohol burning engines. One cylinder. They'll be turning the red line on the tachometer around 9 to 10,000 RPMs. These tractors, only one cylinder, will be turning close to and up to 100 horsepower. With them having burning alcohol, it is mandated that they wear a full fire suit because of the dangers of alcohol. If there be an alcohol fire during the day right now, you will not see the flames. So that is a mandate in this class. All pullers must wear a fire suit. They can run full cut tires. So we'll see what we can do driving the Papa Smurf. Here comes Mark Cessna. Well, that was a good run for Mark Cessna. And he was going 11.4 miles an hour up the track. Now these tractors have no ground speed limit. They can go as fast as they want up that track. Like with the antique tractor pullers, we do have a ground speed limit, so we're kind of restricted. These garden tractor pullers, there is no ground speed limit. So they can let them rip. Sled is set. Mark's going to keep that hook. So, 202.59 is the mark to beat. So, that's going to leave it wide open. Doug Deal will be our next puller with the exclusive. Then it'll be Dwayne Gregg will be on deck, and then Doug Deal will be in the hole with the inflation. And that'll wrap it up for the Pro Stock class. Then we're going to move on to our 1150 Open class, and it'll be Glenn Conrad, Mark Aholt. Marvin Han is going to be doing an exhibition run. John Copsey with the General. And then Jake Phillips with a Caterpillar. That's going to be our next class, the new Open class. So right now, here comes Doug Deal. Of course, Doug hails out of the state of Maryland. These pullers hail from Maryland, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and Virginia. We do have some pullers from the great state of New York that sometimes comes down and pulls with us. So we'll see what Doug can do. 202.59 is the mark to beat. And everything clean now. He's got green light on his sled. Doug Chook making one final sweep to make sure the track's in good shape for Doug Deal. Track official wants Mr. Shoop to go across the track one more time, make sure everything's good to go. Here's what we call a power track. I'll tell you what, there's a good bite out on this track. A lot of moisture from all the rain we've had this week. So we're going to get the big skid steer in here to kind of do a little quick scrape. Want to try and give Doug a good shot on the track. Of course, the flagman is like the football referee or the baseball umpire. He makes the final decision on the track. He also can make sure that this track is prepared to where it's all even for all the pullers in the class. Of course, it's unlike in racing, like drag racing, where they have qualifying, and like NASCAR that has qualifying happy hour. These pullers, we don't have qualifying. First time up is first time for all pullers in the class to figure this track out. Right now we got a green flag. Driving the exclusive, here comes Doug Deal. Well, Doug Deal takes over the number one spot in the class. 202.97. 202.97. Mark Sessa went 202.59. So about 4/10 of a foot. Doug Deal takes over the number one spot. That's going to leave it wide open for Dwayne Gregg and the Iron Mule. Looking down some of our sponsors for the FreeState Garden Tractor Pulling Series, we have Tom Shockey, Collision, The Hat Shack, Kendall Enterprises and Transport, Shangri-La Lane Farms, 2A Guns and Ammo, Rides by Rad, some of our new sponsors this year for the FreeState Garden Tractor Pullers. Also, want to thank the sponsors for the Johnsville show, Standball Incorporated, Ryan Standball Truck Services, MT Laney, Legacy Septic, Standball Welding, Magastone LLC, Megabolt LLC, Reese Farms, Chuck and Debbie Reese, White Pine Paving, Uniontown Ag Services, Franklin Electric, AgriGold, and Greaves Trucking, some of the sponsors for the Johnsville annual show here at the Johnsville Roritan grounds. Of course, if you're getting hungry, I think they're getting ready to start to do the fried chicken, so if you want to get some of their famous fried chicken, they're going to be cooking up their fried chicken here shortly up there at the concession stand right by the pavilion. If you want to get something to eat or drink, they got all sorts of food up there, food and drinks, so you go ahead and get yourself something to eat or drink. Right now, we're waiting for Dwayne Gregg with the Iron Mule. Well, I'll give him a little credit getting all the stuff off the sled, getting all the dirt off. That dirt actually can add weight to the sled, and so they want to try and keep the sled as clean as possible. That's not a bad idea. Right now, here comes Dwayne Gregg. Of course, big thank you to Dwayne Gregg. He did a lot of behind-the-scene work here at the Johnsville Roritan grounds. They're trying to get this pool here today. A lot of work on his part to get this pool here today. So you see him thank him for having us, the Garden Tractor Pullers. Of course, all the Garden Tractor Pullers here, we're touring pros. A lot of these pullers go all over the country, from all over, not only all over Maryland, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and Virginia. They go out to Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Tennessee, and Kentucky. So these pullers are all over the United States right now. Driving the Iron Mule, here comes Dwayne Gregg. Oh, wow. Well, Dwayne will be third, 202.06. 202.06. Oh, wow. Very close pulling. Our final puller in this class will be Doug Deal on the inflation. And then we're going to move on into our open class, which will be Glenn Conrad will be up first with a motorcycle power tractor. Then Mark Ahalt with a twin cylinder. Marvin Ann with an exhibition. Then it'll be John Copsey with the General. And then Jake Phillips with the Caterpillar. Of course, I've been watching what they're doing there at the starting line. I will say this. What they're doing there is they're getting off any of the dirt. They don't want any dirt to accumulate on that sled. That can add more weight to the sled. So they're trying to keep the weight even. So that's not a bad idea. Well, Doug's the last puller in this class. He's leading the class at 202.97. Right behind us, Mark Sesson at 202.59. Third right now is Dwayne Gregg at 202.06. All right, he's got her started and running. Right now, the mark to beat is his mark with the exclusive at 202.97. We'll see what he can do. Driving the inflation, here comes Doug Deal. Oh, I don't know what happened. That thing just shut off. I don't know if something happened with the kill switch. He's going to check that, but 182.49. For Doug Deal. If I'm not mistaken, this is a brand new tractor for Doug. So the unofficial results for this class. The official results will be posted at registration. But Doug Deal with the exclusive will take number 1 at 202.97. Finishing second is Mark Cessna with 202.59. Finishing third was Dwayne Gregg with 202.06. And Doug Deal with the inflation finishing fourth at 182.49. All right, now we're moving on into our 1150 open class, and first puller out will be Glenn Conrad with a G&K motorcycle. This is your motorcycle-powered tractor. Marvin Hand with the blue collar dollars, just making an exhibition run in this class. Mark Adholt with the 1466. He'll be second. Our last puller in this class, the way it looks is Glenn Conrad's up first. Mark Adholt is on deck. Marvin Hand's doing exhibition is in the hole. John Copsey, you're thinking about it, and that's with the General. All right. And one more swipe there on the track. All right. Green flag is dropped. Driving the K&G motorcycle tractor. Here comes Glenn Conrad. Wow, what a run. 256.68. 256.68. He's the first puller in the class, so he's going to make the decision. Either keep that hook or drop it and come back. He's talking with the sled operator and the track officials. All right, sled is set. Anything over 256 will be a pull-off. So if you go over 256, we will have a pull-off. So right now, that's going to leave it wide open. So anything better than 256 will be a pull-off. So right now, here comes Mark Ahalt with the 1466. We'll see what he can do out here. All right, Mark Ahol is on the track. The tractor he calls a 1466. 256 is the mark to beat, so he's got to go anything. If he goes over 256, we're going to have a pull off. So we'll see what we can do. Not a bad run. 197.02. 197.02. This is a fairly new tractor for Mark, and he's trying to get all the kinks worked out of this thing and trying to get it set up to run good. It actually did a good run there. All right, here comes Marvin Hand. Now, this is an exhibition run. So this is just an exhibition run. So this is just an exhibition run for Marvin Hand, the tractor he calls the Blue Collar Dollar. So as he can do, he's just out here, this is just a little fun pull for him. He said he was going to run exhibition. Right now, 256.68. That's Glenn Conrad, but if you go past 256, it's a full pull. All right, here comes Marvin Hand, the Blue Collar Dollar. $112.79. 112.79. All right, looking down our list, we got John Copsey with the General, then Jake Phillips with the Caterpillar. And then we'll be moving on into our Poor Boys class. Caleb Kiefer will be first, then it'll be Austin Weister, Ashley Ahalt, Paisley Copsey, Kevin Vance, Pierce Zimmerman, Luke Burrows, Shane Lamar, and Jack Kuntz.
Oh, that I already. Oh, you're in the Superstock class.
All right. The General. Ah, 190.53. 190.53. One more puller yet to go in this class. Then it's going to be the poor boys. We need all poor boys pullers lined up. Caleb Kiefer is going to be first. Then it'll be Austin Weister, Ashley Ahalt, Paisley Copsey, Kevin Vance, Pierce Zimmerman, Luke Burrows, Shane Lamar, and Jack Kuntz. All right, we're looking for our last tractor in the class, and that's Jake Phillips with the Caterpillar. Very unique. This is a 3-cylinder Caterpillar diesel engine in this tractor. So we had a tractor with a motorcycle engine. This is a 3-cylinder diesel, 1 turbocharger, a little turbocharger on it. This is going to be a big thing with the garden tractors now, these diesel tractors. Right now, all he has to do is go 256. And there will be a pull off. So 256 is the full pull mark. So right now Glenn Conrad has a full pull at 256.68. All right, let's see what we can do. Driving the Caterpillar, here comes Jake Phillips. Oh, 204.25. All right. All right, here's the way it'll finish. 4 pullers in the competition. The winner unofficially is Glenn Conrad at 256.68. Finishing second was Jake Phillips with a Caterpillar at 204.25. Third is Mark Ahalt with a 1466 at 197.02. And fourth is John Copsey with the General at 190.53. in the poor boys. They're going to weigh it up a little bit. Now, these are interesting. These are kind of little 12 horsepower engine tractors. But I'm going to say they're 12 horsepower, a little bit on steroids. Of course, they've now made it this year. They got to wear a full fire suit because I think some of these tractors do run a little alcohol in them. And if they have to run alcohol, they got to wear a full fire suit. So they just made it to where all pullers must wear a full fire suit. Okay, 159.33 for Caleb Kiefer. We'll find out set, and then he has to make the decision. Will he keep that hook or drop and come back? So we'll find out from trackside if the sled's set. Sled set, and he's dropping. So he's going to drop. So mark that down. 159.3. That was the mark he set. So let's see. Because like I say, the first puller in each class, he has that. After he makes his first successful pull, and they say the sled is set, he has to make the decision. Either keep that hook or drop and come back. Well, the odds makers up at the casinos in Atlantic City say the odds are 5-1 that he will do better the second time out. So he's going to play the odds makers. That's going to leave it wide open for Austin Weister with a buck wild. Then Ashley Ahawk will be on deck. Paisley Copsey with the Purple Crush is in the hole. Kevin Vance, you're thinking about it. And, well, I was just told that it's Kevin Vance's birthday today. So if you see Kevin Vance, wish him a happy birthday. I don't know, maybe we might get a choir up here. We'll get him someone to sing happy birthday to him. And yeah, so it's his birthday. So give him a big pat on the back and say happy birthday, Kevin. A little birdie told me that it was your birthday today, so I'm just going to make a shout out. All right, we need Austin Weister with the Buck Wild. We need Austin Weister with the Buck Wild. If not, then it's going to be Ashley Aholt. Each puller has 3 minutes. Well, they're going to move on. Looks like we're going to bring Ashley Aholt out. Well, this will be Ashley Aholt's first full season pulling. We'll see how she does as her husband's giving her a push back. Of course, Mark ran at 14.66, got third in that open class.
Okay.
All right, so they're doing a little swamp. This is going to be Ashley Aholt. Then it'll be Austin Weister. Then it'll be Paisley Copsey. Well, we'll see how she can do out here today. This will set the mark to beat. So right now we got a green light on set. Green flag drops. Driving the Cub Cadet. Here comes Ashley Aholt. Wow, that's a good run. 176.38. 176.38 for Ashley Aholt. Let's say a big thank you to our sponsors for the FreeState Garden Tractor Pulling Series. Regional Fire Protection, D&D Motorsports, Chambersburg Rental Services, Pat Metal, Deckers Tire Cutting, Planks Auction Company, H&H Performance Parts, GS Images, Rocky Hollow Holdings, Jefferson Rentals, Automotive Diesel and Equipment Services, K Black Services, D&D Truck Repair and Towing, Hunter Powered, White's Shed Prep, DS Olden Excavating and Hauling, Circle D Farms, DNW Enterprises, High Tech Powder Coating, Tom Shockey Collision, The Hat Shack, Kendall Enterprises and Transport, Shangri-La Lane Farms, 2A Guns and Ammo, and Rides by Rads are sponsors for the 2025 FreeState Garden Tractor Pulling Series. All right, here is Austin Weiser with the tractor he calls Buck Wild. Looks like he's adding, doing a little change up on the weights, taking a little bit off the front and putting it in the back. In the poor boys class, right now Ashley Aholt set the mark at 176.38. So we'll see what he can do out here. This is a tough puller in this class. And he's off and rolling. Here comes Austin Weister, the Buck Wild. Well, he'll definitely take over the number one spot. 220.50, 220.50. For Austin, so that's going to be the new mark to beat. Up next is going to be Paisley Copsey will be up next. Kevin Vance is on deck. Pierce Zimmerman is in the hole. Luke Burrows, you're thinking about it. Okay, I'd like to say a big thank you to the sponsors for the Johnsville show here. Their yearly show here the weekend before Memorial Day weekend. We got some old antique tractors and antique cars and trucks. Got quite a few the old wheel horses and some old garden tractors from way back. But a big thank you to Stanball Incorporated. Ryan Stanball Truck Services, MT Laney, Legacy Septic, Stanball Welding, Magastone LLC, Maga Bolt LLC, Reese Farms Chuck and Debbie Reese, White Pine Paving, Uniontown Agri Services, Franklin Electric, Agri Gold, and Green's Trucking. They're your sponsors for the Johnsville show this year, the 2025 Johnsville show. All right, here comes Paisley Copsey on a tractor she calls Purple Crush. And I'll tell you what, here's a tough competitor out here on the track. She can do. She's been doing quite well in the poor boys class. We'll see what she can do out here. Driving the Purple Crush, here comes Paisley Copsey. .93, 157.93. All right. Well, coming up next, this should be the birthday boy. This is Kevin Vance. Or is this somebody else? I don't think this is Kevin Vance. I wonder if this is Pierce Zimmerman with Old Ratty. I'm going to say this might be Pierce Zimmerman, because that does not look like Kevin Vance.
Hey, it's you. That guy over there.
All right, it is Kevin Vance. Ah, yep, it is Kevin Vance. Well, he goes 181.20. For Kevin Vance, then we're looking down our list. We're going to be looking for Pierce Zimmerman be up next. Luke Burrows is on deck. Shane Lamar is in the hole. Jack Coots, you're thinking about it. And well, if you're getting hungry, they should have lunch and they should have their fried chicken going on. Well, it should be Pierce Zimmerman. Our tracker he calls Old Ratty. Then we got Luke Burrows will be up next. Right now the mark to beat is 220.50 by the Buck Wild of Austin Weiser. Driving Old Ratty, here comes Pierce Zimmerman. .27. 127. Looking down our list. Luke Burrows will be up next. Shane Lamar is on deck. Jack Kuntz is in the hole. Caleb Kiefer, you're thinking about. If I'm not mistaken, our next class is going to be the 5,000 governed twin. So it's going to be Austin Pike, Don Price, Austin Pike again with the monster, then John Copsey with the general. That's for the 5,000 governed twin. Right now we're looking for with the outspoken. And then it'll be Shane Lamar with blowing money, and then Jack Kuntz with his cub. Then Caleb Kiefer will round it out. So we got Luke Burrows right now. They're adjusting the weight bar on the front. I got a little wind here today. Try and dry out some of all this rain. Oh my, poor Andy, his thing's going crazy. But right now, on the track in the Poor Boys, this is Luke Burrows driving the tractor he calls Outspoken. .82. All right, got 3 more pours yet to go. Shane Lamar, Jack Kuntz, and Caleb Kiefer. Then we're going to move on to the 5,000 Govern Twin. If you're getting hungry, they should have their chicken frying. So if you want to get some chicken, they got their chicken frying over there in the concession stand. They got lots of chicken. They got other good foods, a lot of good eats, and probably got pies and cookies and that over there. So if you want to get yourself something to eat or drink, the concession stand over there by the other side of the pavilion. All right, here comes Shane Lamar on a tractor he calls Blowing Money. See what we can do out here. Right now, Austin Weister leads the class at 220.50. Right now, second is Kevin Vance with a Bad Romance at 181.20. And Ashley A. Holt is currently holding third at 176.38. $155.58. Two more pours in this class. And that'll wrap it up for the Poor Boys. Then we're going to move on to our 5,000 Govern Twin. Then we need Austin Pike with both the Big 60 and the Monster. And then see. Here comes one of the legends. Here comes John Copps. I should say Jack Kuntz. I think he's 85 or 86 years young. Still active. Right now, 220.50 is the mark to beat. We'll see what he can do out here. Of course, we got to thank Jack Coons. He was one of our military veterans, served in the United States military, so we'd like to say a big thank you for his service. All right, let's see what we can do out here. Driving his Cub Cadet, here comes Jack Coons. All right, 124.48, 124.48 for Jack. All youth pullers, the top 5 in the youth. They'll give me the rundown of the top 5. We're going to do the awards presentation right after this class. So we're going to do the awards presentation after this class. We have one more puller yet to go in this class, and that's Caleb Kiefer. No, we're going. We got Addison Ewing, and we need Jesse Caldale, Jackson Caldale, and John Sowers. Can you please come to the track right after this class? Jackson Caldale, Jesse Caldale.
What's the Sowers? John Sowers.
John Sowers. We all need you at the track. We're going to be doing an awards presentation, so please head to the track. We got one more puller, and we're going to do it right after this puller. All right, Caleb Kiefer, you went 159.33. So he decided to play the odds makers. We'll see how well he does. The first puller in each class has that option after they say the sled is set. He either can keep that hook or drop and come back. Well, I hate to say this, but the odds makers up at the casinos in Atlantic City say the odds are 5-1 that you would do better the second time out. But a lot of times they do better the second time out. We shall see. Right now, he's got to be 220.50. Our last puller here in the Poor Boys class. Here comes Caleb Kiefer. Well, wow. I'll tell you what, 176.32. Well, looking down at it, Ashley Ahalt went 176.38. He did not beat Ashley. So here's going to be the unofficial results for this class. All right, John Sowers, Jesse Caldale, and Jackson Caldale, we need you to the track. And Dwayne's going to present the awards. Oh, Wayne. Wayne's going to present the awards. Well, our unofficial results for the Poor Boys. Austin Weissers takes it at number 1 at 220.50. Finishing second was Kevin Vance at 181.20. Finishing third was Ashley Ahalt at 176.38. Finishing fourth was Kayla Keeper at 176.32. Finishing fifth was Paisley Topsy at 157.93. Those are your unofficial results. All right, we're going to do fifth place. And that is John Sowers. Let's give him a nice round of applause for John Sowers. Fourth place was Jackson Caudill. Let's give him a nice round of applause. Third place is Jesse Caudill. Let's give him a nice round of applause. Finishing. Well, Addison Ewing took first and second, so let's give a nice round of applause for Addison Ewing. Oopsie. All right, let's give our youth pullers a nice round of applause. We want all the youth pullers out there, so we're going to get a group picture. Let's give them a nice round of applause for our youth pullers here. Again, let's give them a nice round of applause for our youth pullers.
Good job. Thank you. Hey, Liz. Yeah.
Okay, we're now getting ready to move on in to our 5,000 governed twin. Of course, these tractors are allowed up to but not over 5,000 RPMs. That's revolutions per minute. A lot of these tractors are running alcohol and they're running a full cut tire. So all pullers in this class must wear a full fire suit. Then after that, we're going to move on into our super stock class. In our super stock class, we got Logan Cessna, Ross Swan, Doug Deal, Colton Daly, Glenn Conrad, and Dwayne Gregg with the Mighty Mouse. So they're loading up the sled, getting it a little heavied up for these hotter classes. Like I say, a big thank you to the sponsors for the Johnsville show. Without these sponsors, the Johnsville show would not happen. So I want to say a big thank you to Stanball Incorporated, Ryan Stanball Truck Services, MT Laney, Legacy Septic, Stanball Welding, Magastone LLC, Magabolt LLC, Reese Farms, Chuck and Debbie Reese, thank you, White Pine Paving, Uniontown Ag Services, Franklin Electric, AgriGold, and Greens Trucking.
So this Austin, after Dawn Price is moving down under John Hopkins. So you don't have to announce it, just make sure you know it on your phone. So it's Austin, Dawn, John, and Austin again, okay?
Alright.
Can you hear me okay when I talk?
And after the super stock class, I'm actually first in the stock system.
You're in heat 1 or 2?
Heat 1. Little red band.
Okay, you're in heat 2. Because we broke it up. She has my paper heat 1 at 18 stops.
Oh, okay.
Then we're going to go to stop 25.
Oh,
And then heat 2 will be here, from here down to the other page. Does that make sense? It's right behind the stop 25.
oh, this.
There, yes.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. So you say 18?
Yeah.
So Jimmy Burris is the last one you need?
No, 18. Boone Grove. Wait, you're in the wrong one. Yeah, right there. That's each one.
Well, good run for him. Austin Pike with Big 60 at 197.66. So we'll find out if the sled's set. And if the sled is set, then he's got to make the decision. Will he keep that hook or will he drop and come back? All right, so the sled is set, and Austin's going to keep that hook. So that's going to be the mark to beat, 197.66. Four, Don Price with a hit or miss. Then it'll be John Copsey with the General, then Austin Pike with the Monster. Then we're going to move on into the super stock class. So all super stock pullers. Logan Cessna. Then it'll be Ross Swan. Doug Deal with the Excedrin. Colton Daly with the John Deere 6030. Glenn Conrad and then Dwayne Gregg will wind out the class. All right, here comes Don Price. .29, 191.29. So we're going to be looking for John Copsey with the General. And Austin Pike will round out this class with the Monster. Then we'll move on into our super stock class. All right, here comes John Copsey with the General. All right. Right now, 197.66 is the mark to beat. Driving the General. Here comes John Copsey. Oh, I'll tell you, it was one end to the other, but he's your new leader, 242.42. Our last puller in this class, Alston Pike with the monster. 242.42 is the mark to beat. That was mark set by John Copsey with the General. All right, our last puller in the class, driving the monster. Here comes Austin Pike. Well, he shut it down. We'll find out if he's going to come back, because he didn't go past the 50-foot point of no return. All right, he's going to try and go back. Maybe he's going to probably try a lower gear. All right, it's now all or nothing now. Each puller has 2 attempts to move that sled 50 feet. So he's already used his first attempt. Now it's all or nothing. Our next class will be the Super Stocks. All right. Getting it all cleaned out, driving a monster. Here comes Austin Pike. 157.67. All right. All right, official results are John Copsey with the General taking it at 242.42. Finishing second was Austin Pike with the big 60 at 197.66. Finishing third was Don Price with the hit or miss at 191.29. And fourth was Austin Pike with the monster at 157.67. All right, now they're making adjustments to the sled, having it up for the next class. It is a hot class. These are your super stock tractors. Now, these tractors are single-cylinder engines that have a different style or a bigger carburetor or fuel injected. These are single-cylinder fuel injected. They could be anywhere between, they'll turn anywhere between, I'm going to say 100 to 130 horsepower out of one cylinder. They're all burning alcohol, so they're going to all have to wear full fire suits. So these are alcohol burning, fuel injected or carbureted engines. The carburetors can be a little bit bigger, or they can run a dual carburetor. But these are your what are known as super stock tractors. Pro stocks are limited to a limited carburetor on alcohol, but they can actually run in this class. So we'll see what they do out here. Logan Cessna will be up first. It'll be Logan Cessna up first. Ross Swan's on deck. Doug Deal with the Excedrins in the hole. Colton Daly, you're thinking about it. All right, our first puller has got it fired up, getting pulled onto the track. And as you can tell, they're also running full cut tires. Now, these are what you call double cuts, just like on the big tractors, they run a double cut. And like I say, now these are also a maximum weight of 1,050 pounds with the driver. Unlike in drag racing, where they're a minimum weight including the driver, tractor pulling, even the garden tractors are a maximum weight including the driver. So he's got his weight bracket moved out where he can balance his tractor out. So he will set the mark. Forward. So we'll see what he can do out here. Driving the baby through Murph. Here comes Logan Cessna.
Wow.
149.87. 249.87, I should say. 249.87.
Yeah, 249. I corrected myself. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 249.87. Doug Deal has scratched, so it's going to be Logan Cessna, Ross Swan, Colton Daly, Glenn Conrad, and Dwayne Gregg. Right now we'll find out from... Okay, so the sled's set. Logan's going to keep that mark at 249.87. So that's going to be the mark to beat. So that's going to leave it wide open for Ross Swan. And then it'll be Colton Daly and Glenn Conrad, and then Dwayne Gregg will round out the super stock class. And then we're going to move on to the stock 16 heat 1. There's 18 in that class. So this is Ross Swan. Now you can tell the difference. Now this is a fuel injected super stock. Look at that long barrel on the side. That's the fuel injector on the side of that engine. He'll be turning around 130, 140 horsepower. He'll be turning that tack on the RPMs about 9,000 RPMs. Right now 249.87 is the mark to beat. Driving the rare occurrence, here comes Ross Swan. .85, 242.85. All right, our next boy is going to be Colton Daly. Then it'll be Glenn Conrad and Dwayne Gregg, the Mighty Mouse. Well, Colton Daly and along with his father PJ bought this. This is a new tractor for them. They went green this time. They got a John Deere tractor. So we'll see how they can do out here. Now I'm not sure if that's a fuel injected or a carbureted super stock.
You got there. Yeah, I know, but there won't quite as many in my class. But it didn't shut off. I left up the gas. When it shut off, I run out of fuel. It didn't shut off.
All right, backing into the sled right now is Colton Daly out of West Virginia. So we'll see what he can do out here with this John Deere. They just bought this tractor. They ran it at the Keystones, and I haven't really talked to them, but I knew they ran in Navarre, Ohio earlier this year. It is a good running tractor, but right now, 249.87 is the mark to beat. So we'll see what happens. Driving the John Deere 6030. Here comes Colton Daly. Wow. I'll tell you what, he is the new leader in the class. 257.76. 257.76. For Colton, that was a good run. We have two more pours yet to go. Glenn Conrad and Dwayne Gregg. As he sets the mark. The next tractor fired up, and that is Glenn Conrad. Now I can't tell if this is one of them carbureted supers or if this is another fuel injected super. But the Pro Stock tractors can run in this class. Right now, 257.76 is the mark to beat. Let's see what we can do, ladies and gentlemen. Here comes Glenn Conrad. Ooh, that did not sound good. That did not sound good. Let's give him a tough luck round of applause. Hopefully it's nothing too serious for Glenn Conrad. So, I don't know what's wrong. Hopefully it's not too serious. He walks away from the sled. Let's give him a tough luck round of applause for Glenn Conrad. He was on a good run. Our last pour in this class will be Dwayne Gregg with the Mighty Mouse. Like I say, a big thank you to our sponsors of the FreeState Garden Tractor Pulling Series. Regional Fire Protection, D&D Motorsports, Chambersburg Rental Services, Cat Metal, Decker's Tire Cutting, Blanks Auction Company, H&H Performance Parts, GS Images, Rocky Hollow Holdings, Jefferson Reynolds, Automotive Diesel and Equipment Services, and K Black Services, some of our fine sponsors for the 2025 FreeState Garden Tractor Pulling Series. All right, our last puller in this class is Dwayne Gregg on a tractor he calls the Mighty Mouse. Right now, Colton Daly has the mark to beat at 257.76. But the pull isn't over till the last puller hooks to the sled. Let's see what Dwayne can do out here. You saw him earlier today on his pro stock. Now this is super stock. Grabbing the Mighty Mouse. Here comes Dwayne Gregg. $203.72. 203.72. Right now, our unofficial results are Colton Daly takes it at 257.76. Logan Sesson over the Baby Smurf takes second at 249.87. Finishing third was Wash Swan at 242.85. Finishing fourth was Dwayne Gregg with the Mighty Mouse at 203.72. And fifth is Glenn Conrad at 102.88. All right, we're going to be moving on into our 64,000 heat one. We got two heats. First heat will be Larry Sims, Don Price, P.J. Daly, Esden Yeager, Kevin Vance, Steve Swan, Carter Fox, Austin Weister, Jesse Caudill, Doug Deal with the Extra Wild, Shane Lamar, and Boone Grove. And if I'm not mistaken, top 7 go into the finals. Well, if you're getting kind of hungry, go ahead and get yourself something to eat up at the pavilion. Well, he was doing
Didn't like your owner.
Yeah, he was right there, building right there on that zip tie. Our first on a tractor he calls, get her done. This is stock 16, heat 1. All right.
Larry Sims.
Went 155.58. And we'll find out from the trackside if the sled's set, and if it is, we'll find out if he's going to keep that. All right, sled set. He's going to keep that hook. So 155.58 is going to be the mark to beat. All right, looking down our list, Don Price will be up next. PJ Daly's on deck. Esden Yeager's in the hole. The birthday boy, Kevin Vance, you're thinking about it. Well, hopefully someone's thinking about doing something nice for you for your birthday today. And if you see Kevin, give him a handshake and a big pat on the back. Say, happy birthday, Kevin. Little birdie kind of told me it was your birthday today, so I'm going to spread the news. All right, driving the plum crazy. Here comes Don Price. One 136.38, 136.38. Looking down our list is going to be BJ Daly's going to be up next. Esden Yeager's on deck. Kevin Vance is in the hole. Steve Swan, you're thinking about it. If you're getting hungry, we do have the concession stand is open. It's on the other side of the pavilion. If you want to go get yourself something to eat or drink, they got their fried chicken going, but I also know they got hamburgers and cheeseburgers. I think they also got fresh cut French fries and drinks and cookies and pies over there. So if you want to get yourself something to eat, go ahead and help yourself. Also, take a look at some of the old antique equipment that's sitting in the back. A lot of antique cars and trucks are here. As part of the Johnsville annual show here. We're part of the festivities here with the garden tractor pull. All right, our next puller is PJ Daly out of West Virginia. Driving a tractor he calls High Expectations. We'll see what he can do out here. His son Colton won the super stock class with that 6030 John Deere. Right now, the mark to beat is 155.58. 124.43, 124.43. Down our sponsors for the FreeState Garden Tractor Pulling Series. We got D&D Truck Repair and Towing, Hunter White's Shed Prep, T.S. Olden Excavating and Hauling, Circle D Farms, D&W Enterprises, High Tech Powder Coatings, Tom Shockey Collision, The Hat Shack, Kendall Enterprises Transport, Shangri-La Lane Farms, 2A Guns and Ammo, and Rides by Rads, some of our sponsors of the FreeState Garden Tractor Pulling Series. I'd like to say a big thank you for the sponsors for the Johnsville Show, Standballs Incorporated, Ryan Standball Truck Service, MT Laney, Legacy Septics, Standball Welding, Magastone LLC, Maga Bolt LLC, Reese Farms, Chuck and Debbie Reese, White Pine Paving, Uniontown Ag Services, Franklin Electric, AgriGold, and Greens Trucking, your sponsors for the 2025 Johnsville Antique Tractor, Car, and Truck Show. And we also got some gas engines here as well. But we got garden tractor pulling going on right now. Well, I hope you're enjoying yourself. Well, this is Esden Yeager with the heat seeking. Kevin Vance is on deck. Steve Swan is in the hole. Carter Fox, you're thinking about it. All right, right now, 155.58 is the mark to beat. And here comes Esden Yeager, the heat seeking. Oh, not a bad run, 153.48. All right, looking down our list. It should be the birthday boy up next, and then it'll be Steve Swan, Carter Fox, Austin Weister with the Rampage. Here comes the birthday boy. He calls grounds for divorce. Right now, 155.58 is the mark to beat. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes Kevin Vance. $128.98. right, looking down our list, Steve Swan should be up next. Carter Fox is on deck. Austin Weisser's in the hole. Jesse Caudill, you're thinking about it. All right, we got Steve Swan with the digger up there on the track right now. Top 7 will go in the finals. Right now, Larry Sims holding number 1 at 155.58. All right, let's see what you can do. Got a green light on the sled and green flag. Here comes Steve Swan and the Dixie Digger. Oh, good run, 140.99, 140.99. All right, we got Carter Fox on the tractor he calls cheat code. Then after Carter, it'll be Austin Weisser's on deck. Jesse Caudill's in the hole. Doug Deal with the extra wild. You're thinking about it. All right, let's see what we can do. Driving the cheat code. Here comes. Oh, not a bad run, 142.87. Say a big thank you to our sponsors of the 2025 FreeState Garden Tractor Protection, D&D Motorsports, Chambersburg Rental Services, Cat Metals, Decker's Tire Cutting, Planks Auction Company, H&H Performance Parts, GS Images, Rocky Hollow Holdings, Jefferson Reynolds, Automotive Diesel and Equipment Services, K Black Services, D&D Truck Repair and Towing, Hunter Powered, White's Shed Prep, DS Olden Excavating and Hauling, Circle D Farms, Enterprises, High Tech Powder Coatings, Tom Shockey Collision, The Hat Shack, Kendall Enterprises and Transport, Shangri-La Lane Farm, 8 Garden Tractor Series sponsors. All right, we got Austin Weister on the track right now, and he's off and rolling on a tractor he calls the Rampage. $122.34, 122.34. Jimmy Stauffer, John Copsey with the new sheriff in town, Kevin Palmer, Shane Lamar, Don Price, Carter Leeper, Jessica Jennings, Jimmy Burrows, Austin Weister, Colton Daly, and Lawson Leeper. Looking down our list, we got 4 more pours yet to go in Heat 1. All right, we got Jesse Caudill with the hot rods up next. Right now, the bump spot is 124.43. $111.72, $111.72. All right, 3 more pours yet to go. We got Doug Deal with the Extra Wild, Shane Lamar with a tractor he calls Money Well Wasted, and then Boone Grove with the Bucket of Bolts. All right, we're waiting for Doug Deal. He's coming out with his tractor right now. That tractor he calls Extra Wild. I'll tell you, if you get a chance to take a look at this, some of his tractors, some of the artwork on these, just absolutely gorgeous. I mean, this thing here, I mean, it's just a work of art, just the way it was done. All right, now he's going to put it all the way on the left-hand side. He's on here close to the announce booth. Boys can set that sled wherever they want, and they can go wherever they want on that sled, as long as no part of that tractor touches those white lines. Those white lines are not put out to make the grounds look better. Any part of that tractor touches that white line, it's an automatic DQ. Coming out here with the Extra Wild, here comes Doug Deal. $128.72. $128.72. All right, so 128.72. All right. Here's Shane Lamar on a tractor he called. 'Driving a tractor called Money Well Wasted. Here comes Shane Lamar. $136.65. $136.65. One more pour yet to go in heat one. Then we're going to move into the stock 25. So we need Jimmy Stauffer, John Copsey, Kevin Palmer, Shane Lamar, and Don Price. And I will put this out after we get to Don Price. I'm going to need someone up here to cover for me in the announce booth. Well, yours truly, I'm maybe the blabbermouth for this association, but for the FreeState Garden Tractor Pullers, but I'm actually going to go out and have a little fun. I got the little Red Baron here today. I'm going to have a little fun in the stock 16 class, see what I can do, see if I can make it into the finals. So I will need someone to cover for me up here at the announce booth, so I would appreciate it. Well, heck, if you cover for me in the announce booth, you get this nice reclining chair that you can relax in. All right, our last puller here in the stock 16. And this is Boone Grove with the tractor he calls Bucket of Bolts. So we'll see what he can do out here. $82.93, $82.93. Well, here's going to be the unofficial top 7. It's going to be Larry Sims taking number 1. Finishing second was Edison Yeager at 153.48. Finishing third was Carter Fox at 142.87. Finishing fourth was Steve Swan with 140.99. Finishing fifth was Shane Lamar at 136.65. Finishing sixth with Don Price at 136.38. Seventh is Kevin Vance at 128.98. All right, we're now moving on into our stock 25. Jimmy Stauffer should be out with the Barbizan. And he's out right now. Then it'll be John Copsey with the new sheriff in town. Kevin Palmer will be in the hole. Shane Lamar, you're thinking about it. And he's off and rolling. Here comes Barbizan and Jimmy Stauffer. Top 7, I think they say top 7. That's what he said to me, but if they say top 5, I don't think top 7. I'm just going to do that. I think it's top 7. We'll go from there. All right. 199.27 for Jimmy Stauffer. And again. All right, that's going to be the mark. 199.27. Jimmy Stauffer. Looking. All right, looking down our list. All right, so up next will be John Copsey on a tractor they call the new sheriff in town. Well, this is John Copsey Sr. driving it. I guess John Copsey Jr. may have had something else or could have had a fishing tournament. So he's going to run it today. All right. So we got John Copsey. Maybe Kevin Palmer will be on deck. Shane Lamar is in the hole. Don Price. Again, I will need someone to cover for me. I am in one of the first pullers in the stock 16 heat 2. We need someone to cover for me to ride all the distances. But right now, the new sheriff in town. Here comes John Copsey. And there's your new leader, 202.43. See, holds the #1 spot in the class. So we're going to be looking for Kevin Lamar will be up next. Shane Lamar will be on deck. Don Price is in the hole. Carter Leaper, you're thinking about it. Again, I'm going to ask if someone could kind of cover for me here in a little bit. Tractor ready, and I'm one of the first pullers into stock 16, so I'm going to need someone to kind of cover for me. All right. Well, this is Kevin Palmer. So we'll see what he can do right now. John Copsey with the new sheriff in town at 202.43, holding #1. There comes Kevin Palmer. Good run, 164.21, 164.21. All right, looking down our lineup as Shane Lamar will be up next. Don Price is on deck. Carter Leaper's in the hole. Jessica Jennings, you're thinking about it. Well, like I say, if someone could kind of cover for me a little bit, because I'm pulling in the stock 16 heat 2, so I need someone to cover for me a little bit. Just write down all the distances for me. All right, we're still in the stock 25. This is Shane Lamar. Comes Shane Lamar. $195.51, 95.151. Don Price. He's going to be up next with the hit or miss, and it's going to be Carter Leaper will be on deck. Jessica Jennings is in the hole. Justin Kinzer, you're thinking about it. Again, I'm going to need someone up here at the announce booth to kind of cover for me. Yours truly wants to go have a little fun, so I need someone to cover for me up here at the announce booth. Kind of keep the score up here for me. I look down on the stock 16 heat 2. I'm the third puller in the class, so I do want to get in my pit area and get my tractor all ready to go. So, all right, here comes Don, and the tractor he calls hit or miss.
Thank you.
Just write them down and
Write
write nothing else.
them down and just say what the distance are. The name of the bull, like I have to say, like, just call the name of the bull out.
All right, here he comes. The hit or miss of John Price. Not a bad run, 185.92. Not a bad run, 185.
You were saying mile per hour?
7.8.
Yeah,
Okay.
this is the distance, this is the speed.
Got it. And if there's nobody's name, that means there's nobody in that spot?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right there,
So
right now.
Carter Leaper is coming up.
Justin Jennings, Jimmy Burrows, Austin Wayne.
Okay. All right. Hurry back!
Yeah, I will.
Say Carter Leaper?
Yeah.
But this guy's Carter Leaper.
Gas car leak.
And how do I get this thing to work? Push it?
Sometimes you gotta hold this.
Because it's cut loose. So just talking to you like that.
So right now,
We got Carter Leaper is going to be pulling up right now. Then it'll be Jessica Jennings will be on deck. Justin Kinzer's in the hole. Timmy Burrows, you're thinking about it.
I'm not going to get that fancy.
I think it.
Okay. Okay. I got it. Miles per hour. So I'm guessing this is Jessica Jennings. So I guess this is Jessica Jennings. I'm new at this, so don't hate me. From the background over there. Okay, say, oh, I'm thinking about it. No, me neither. That's why I'm not getting that fancy. Yeah, second heat. What I would, yeah, take it to the second heat, 25. Okay, yeah. Jimmy Burrows, Austin Weister, Colton Daly, and Lawson Leeper.
This is Jimmy Burrows, right? Okay, that one guy pulled off. I don't know what he did. So if he pops back in, I'm not going to know. So Carter Leeper pulled out.
Okay, so Austin Weister, Colton Daly, and then Lawson Leeper.
No, I've been announced. I couldn't hear you. Oh, I guess I'm not announced aloud.
Now, so did you tell them stop 16 stop by the line?
Stop. Wait a minute. Stop. 16.
Did he explain to you how stop 16
Nope.
Okay, so this is all one. These two are clear
Okay.
and goes through these.
Okay. Okay. Yep. Got it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Stock 16, Heat 2. Can you please start lining up? Colton Daly is up, and then Lawson Leeper, you're next. Last in this class is Lawson Leaper, and then we're going to go to Stock 16 Heat 2, and Lawson Leaper is the first one in that class, so.
Are there any more stock 20s left?
No.
Oh,
Second. This is the stock
16. What's up 1 to 10?
That's at the bottom.
Okay, all right, good. Got it.
So we got Lawson Leaper. We need John Rainey to line up. Then it's Mr. Chester. And Jimmy Stafford, you're thinking about it. So Lawson Leaper is going to drop that one. He's going to come back. So it's John Rainey, Mr. Chester, Jimmy Stauffer, Don Price. So Mr. Chester, Jimmy Stauffer, Don Price, and somebody Yeager. Yeah. Hold on, I gotta find him. Oh, thank you. Jimmy Stauffer, Don Price, Mr. Yeager, Jackson on the wild wheelie.
I can't read his writing. I can't read his handwriting. Wait, what is that? Esden Yeager. Esden. E-S-D-O-N. Okay, and then what is this last name? Caldwell. Yep. Good? Yep. All right. That's where we're at. Sorry I'm not as good as you.
That's all.
You're welcome. Anytime.
All right. Looks like we got Don Price, Esden Yeager, Jackson Caldwell, Shane Lamar, Kevin Keller. I have to admit, I didn't do half bad at 151.23. Oh, I just got, Jimmy just edged me out by a little bit. But that's all right. I think top 5 or top 7 goes into the final, so that wasn't a bad hook either. I was kind of satisfied with that hook. But the tough pullers are in this heat. Well, let's see. 152.47. That would definitely put him up in second. We got going to be up next. It'll be Jackson Caldwell. On deck, Shane Lamar. In the hole, Kevin Keller. You're thinking about it. Right now, the mark to beat is John Rainey with his Tennessee stud at 152.63. And right now, here comes Esden Yeager, the packing heat. And there's your new leader, 170.44. Wow, 160.29. 160.29. .169 for Shane Lamar, 169.51. We say. 20. All pullers in stock 20. Go ahead and get lined up. All pullers in stock 20. Get lined up. All right, we got Kevin Keller up right now. Ben Keller is on deck. Liz Punt is in the hole. Ross Swan, you're thinking about it. $79.40. $79.40. All right, now Ben Keller. Liz Punt will be on deck. Swan in the hole. Lawson Leaper, you're thinking about it. $155. $155.04. Three more yet to go, and then we're going to move on to our stock 20. Larry Sims, Don Price, PJ Daly. Oh, whoa, wait a minute, that's not it. It's Larry Sims, Rick Stauffer, Jesse Caldwell, Marvin Hand, Mark Ahalt, Ryan Welch, and Blake Lambert. All right, here comes Liz Punt with the Extremely Wild. All right now, the mark to beat is 170.44 by Esden Yeager. I think the bump spot right now is Jimmy Stauffer. Let's give Liv a tough luck round of applause. The air filter fell off, and that's a no-no. Nothing can come off the vehicle, so that is a DQ. Two more pours yet to go in this class. Ross Swan and Lawson's Leaper. All right. Right now we got Ross Swan with the judge and then Lawson Leaper. Now to wrap it up for the stock 16, stock 20. Larry Sims will be up first. Rick Stauffer will be on deck. Jesse Caldwell's in the hole. Marvin Hand, you're thinking about it. All right, he's on the track off and running right now. Here comes Ross Swan, judge. $137.19. 137.19. All right, one more. Oh, my goodness. One more pour yet to go, and that's Lawson Leaper. Right now, Esden Yeager holding number one in this heat with 170.44. Oh, if I could only gone an extra couple of inches. All right, our last four. Here comes Lawson Leaper. Ah, 153.11. 153.11. All right, we need the stock 20s lined up. Stock 20s lined up. All right, we're now in the stock 20. These are your twin cylinder engines. One, we're looking for Larry Sims. Then it'll be Rick Stauffer. Then Jesse Caudill. Marvin Hand. Mark Aholt. Brian Welch. Blake Lambert coming back for an exhibition. Then we're going to move on into our Factory 16 3600. And we got Brandon Sowers and with 2 tractors, the Mean Mini Massey and the Traveler. And then we have 1 stock altar. Then we're moving on into the stock 16 finals. We're off and rolling our first puller. Here comes Larry Sims, stock 20. Good run for him. 178.95. 178.95. All right, so let's set. Is he keeping that hook? Yes. All right. Looking down the list, Rick Stauffer will be up next. Jesse Caldill's on deck. Marvin Hand is in the hole. Mark Aholt, you're thinking about it. Well, I say a big thank you to not only our FreeState sponsors, but the sponsors for this year's Johnsville show. Standballs Incorporated, Ryan Standball Truck Service, MT Laney, Legacy Septic, Standballs Welding, Magastone LLC, Magabolt LLC, Reese Farms, Chuck and Debbie Reese, White Pine Paving, Uniontown Ag Services, Franklin Electric, AgriGold, and Greens Trucking, your sponsors for this year's Johnsville show. Right now, coming up the track is Rick Stauffer on a tractor he calls LB, a John Deere. Oh, did he keep it in? Yes, he kept it in at 158.95.
Are we running the factory stock next?
Yes.
And then the stock?
No, then we got one stock. Yep.
Okay. With Rick Stauffer, the call beautiful tractor they call Double Trouble. Again, this is another wheel horse, but it's got a V-twin. Track. I'll tell you, if you take a look at the paint job on that, that's a beautiful tractor. They did a nice job on it. The artwork, really good on this one. So we'll see what he can do out here right now. Larry Sims holding number 1 at 178.95. Well, we got some tough customers still left. We got Marvin Hand, Brian Welk, Mark Aholt, So we got some tough customers in this class. But we'll see what Jesse can do. He's a tough one as well, driving the double trouble. Here comes Jesse Caudill. Wow. Boy, you talk about picking them up and laying them down. 247.25. 247.25. Okay. Well, our next puller is going to be Marvin Hand with a tractor he calls Combustion. Okay. These are the 5 pullers we need to come up to registration for the Stock 16 finals. To get your numbers, Larry Sims, Esden Yeager, Carter Fox, Shane Lamar, Steve Swan, Don Price, Kevin Vance, Esden Yeager, Shane Lamar, Jackson Caudill, Ben Keller, Lawson Lee, John Rainey, and Don Price. These are the pullers we need for the Stock 16 finals. Again, Larry Sims, Esden Yeager, Carter Fox, Shane Lamar, Steve Swan, Don Price, Kevin Vance. Right now on the track is Marvin Hand with the tractor he calls Combustion. Right up there, 206. 206.24. 206.24. For Marvin Hand and the Combustion.
Waiting for him. You'll be the last one. You'll be the last one.
Okay. Here comes Mark Ahalt with a tractor he calls the Dustbuster. Brand new tractor for Mark. He just bought this. And coincidentally, he bought it from Marvin Hand. And wouldn't that be a kind of a coinky dink if Mark puts it to Marvin with his own tractor? But now we'll see what happens. Right now, 247.25 is the mark to beat. Driving the Dustbuster, here comes Mark Ahalt. And he got out of it quickly. He got out of 450 feet. He said probably wrong gears. He's going to back it up and try again. Probably going to try a lower gear. Back going, but the engine kind of settled down on him, so he's going to try one more time. That's a little better. Oh, wow. You were up there close. 199.96. Yeah, all stock 16 finalists need to come up and get your number. All stock 16 finalists. Well, we got one more pour yet to go in this class, and that's Brian Welk with a tractor they call the Big Pickle. And then we have a exhibition run. Blake Lambert's going to do an exhibition run. Then we're going to go into our factory 16 3600. And then we got one for max stock. Mark, I'm going to have to say right now you're currently holding third in the class. But the pull isn't over until the last pour hooks to the sled. Of course, that's Brian Welk on the tractor known as the Big Pickle. I think this is a Burrow. Yes, this is one of Jimmy Burrow's tractors. He's letting someone else drive today. So we'll see if we can do this. This is a tough tractor. And he's off and running, driving the Big Pickle. Here comes Brian Welch. Wow, what a good run. That, I think, will put him in second. 219.16. So the unofficial results, because our last puller in this class is an exhibition. It's Blake Lambert with the mower special. Of course, that's a little diesel tractor. But our unofficial results is Jesse Caldwell will take it at 247.25. Finishing second was Brian Welch with the Big Pickle at 219.16. Finishing third was Marvin Hand at 206.24. Finishing fourth was Mark A. Halt with the Dustbuster at 199.96. And finishing fifth was Larry Sims at 178.95. We have only two in the factory 16, and we have one max stock. And then after that, we move on into stock 16 finals. This is Blake Lambert on his John Deere. This is just your factory stock, yard stock type tractor, but this is a little diesel tractor, a little 3-cylinder diesel. But he's just doing an exhibition run. We need Lawson Leeper, Jackson Caldwell, Kevin Vance, and Kevin Vance is Steve Swan. We need Steve. Okay. I'll say so. You still need Jackson Caldwell. We need you up here at the announcement booth. We need Kevin Vance. Well, birthday boy Kevin Vance.
Here, just give me the paper and the left what's left, and I'll go find.
And I said,
Steve Swan,
so we need Steve Swan and Jackson Caldwell.
the yellow copy. Pick a number.
All right, Blake Lambert with 153.43.
16. We got 2 of that, 1 max stop. Should be running.
All right, we got 2 in the factory stock 16 3600. Brandon Sowers will be up with the Mean Mini Massey, and then he'll be up again. Brandon Sowers Jr. with the Traveler. Junior right now on the Traveler. 16 3600. One 109.36 for Brandon Sowers Jr. There's only 2 in this class, so it's going to be father against son. And here comes Brandon Sowers, the Mean Mini Massey. Attention, all stock 16 finalists getting lined up. All stock 16 finalists. It'll be Carter Fox will be up first. Then it'll be Kevin Vance, Don Price, John Rainey, and Larry Sims. Oh, what a good run for the Ming Mini Massey. 150.05, 150.05. Well, looks like Dad beat son today. So we'll see at the next bull at Smithsburg how they do. All right, we're going to be ready for the Stock 16 finals. Stock 16 finals. Carter Fox will be up first. All right, they're getting everybody lined up. I got the list here. It's going to be the order. It's going to be Carter Fox will lead it off. Then it'll be Kevin Vance will be second. Don Price is third. John Rainey is fourth. Larry Sims is fifth. Sixth is Lawson Leifer. Seventh is Jackson Caudill. Eighth is Esden Yeager. Ninth is Don Price. 10th is Shane Lamar. 11th is Esden Yeager. 12th is Shane Lamar. 13th is Ben Keller. And 14th is Steve Swan. We are now started with the Stock 16 finals. All right. So Carter Fox is going to set the mark. Carter Fox, the cheat code, is our first puller in the Stock 16 final. .02, 209.02. For Carter Fox, looking down the list, Kevin Vance. All right, so that's it. So Carter Fox is going to keep it, so that's going to be the mark to beat. Carter Fox was the first puller, 209.02. Kevin Vance will be up next. Don Price is on deck. John Rainey is in the hole. Larry Sims, you're thinking about it. Okay, so we're in the Stock 16 finals. I'll tell you what, we rolled along pretty good today. We got a little bit of a late start due to the wet track, but we did pretty good. Right now, it might be done here by about 2:30. That's a big thank you to all the pullers, too. So a big thank you to the pullers and getting everything lined up and working together with everybody and making sure everything. So right now, we have Kevin Vance, the birthday boy. Hopefully, y'all got a chance to get him a big birthday hug. Ladies and gentlemen, the grounds for divorce. Here comes Kevin Vance. 184.79 for advance.
He's second right now.
Okay. So Don Price with the Plum Crazy will be up next. John Rainey's on deck. Larry Sims is in the hole. Lawson Leifer, you're thinking about it. All right, he's got her fired up, ready to go. Now he drives a tractor he calls Plum Crazy. I don't know if you pulling fans remember back in the 80s, there was a four-wheel drive truck that was called the Plum Crazy. But ladies and gentlemen, driving this Plum Crazy is Don Price. Good run for him. 178.84, 178.84. Okay. John Rainey will be up next. Larry Sims is on deck. Lawson Leifer's in the hole. Jackson Caldwell, you're thinking about it. There's our next four pullers. Well, I thought this would be John Rainey with the Tennessee Stud. All right, this is Don Price. One more gear. 182.81. 182.81. Then when you cycle back, it'd be John Rainey be up next. Then it'd be Larry Sims. All right. We have John Rainey with the Tennessee Stud getting ready to make his hook. Right now, Carter Fox still holds number one at 209.02. Ladies and gentlemen, the Tennessee Stud, John Rainey. $141.05. $141.05. All right, so we're going to be looking for Larry Sims will be up next. Lawson Leifer will be on deck. Jackson Caudill is in the hole. Eisenjager, you're thinking about it. All right, here comes Larry Sims. All right, he's getting good tight hitch. All right, he's off and rolling. On a tractor he calls Get Her Done. Here comes Larry Sims. he was close. 199.96.
What was that? Rated distance?
Well, for John Rainey, the Tennessee stud was 141.05. 141.05 for John Rainey. Went 199.96. Right now, Carter Fox still holding number one at 209.02. Okay, looking down. Lawson Leeper should be up next. Then it'll be Jackson Caldwell will be on deck. Esden Yeager's in the hole. And Shane Lamar, you're thinking about it.
Nah, they may have already backed him up. If I'm not mistaken, he may have got second, if I'm not mistaken. He may have got second.
All right. Here comes Lawson Leeper. Oh, wow, he was close. 202.81. 202.81. Looking down our list, Jackson Caldwell will be up next. Esden Yeager's on deck. Shane Lamar's in the hole. Out it. All right, so looks like we're looking for Jackson Caldwell. Right now, the mark to beat. 209.02 by Carter Fox. $188.12. $188.12.
Come back, Kim. He didn't catch that.
All right, looking down our list, right now, Larry Sims pulled 196.
Larry Sims will get her done.
Okay.
All right. So right now we have Esden Yeager with the pack and heat. Oh, wait a minute. Let me take that back. It's the heat seeking. This guy's got 2 tractors. This is the heat seeking. Yeah, he's going to come back in 11 with the pack and heat. So this is the heat seeking of Esden Yeager. All right, Esden Yeager went 1.40, 183.40. All right, we're going to be looking for Shane Lamar will be up next. Then it'll be Esden Yeager up again with the pack and heat. Will be on deck. Shane Lamar is in the hole, and then Ben Kelly wrapping down our first event of the year. This is the season opener for the FreeState Garden Tractor Pulling Series. Our next pull, Maryland at D&D Motorsports will be our next stop on. Oh, okay. Yes, I must have. This is Shane Lamar, so they're going to skip over that because our money well wasted. All right, Shane went 152. 152.4. For Shane Lamar. Oh, wait a minute. That was Shane Lamar. Rumor has it was Shane Lamar. Okay. Looks like Shane Lamar and Esden Yeager had 2 tractors in the final. But that was his rumor has it. Now we're going to get back to Esden Yeager with the packing heat. Then we'll go to Shane Lamar with the money well wasted. All right, so we got Esden Yeager right now with the pack and heat. $179.81. $179.81. I go back to Shane Lamar with the money well wasted. Then it'll be Ben Keller. And then our last puller will be Steve Swan. Right now, Carter Fox still holding number one, 209.02. Lawson Leeper, 202.81 is second. All right, let's see what we can do. 209.02 is the mark to beat. Driving the tractor he calls money well wasted. Here comes Shane Lamar. All right, that was Shane Lamar's second tractor to money well wasted. 152.25. 152.25. I'll tell you what, now he went 152.04 with the rumor has it, but he beat out his rumor has it. Down on the other one with Esden Yeager's two tractors there in this final as well. Well, looks like the heat seeking beat out the packing heat. We have two more pours yet to go in this class. Ben Keller and Steve Swan. All right, let's see what he can do. Right now, Carter Fox holding number one at 209.02. Here comes Ben Keller. $180.40. $180.40. We got one more puller yet to go in this Stock 16 finals, and but we also got one in this Max Stock, Ben Keller.
What was that on the Dixie Digger?
This is the last one for the Stock 16 final.
Yes, it is.
Yes, this is the last one for the Stock 16 finals. This is the last hook of the Stock 16 finals. This is Steve Swan, the Dixie Digger right now. 209.02 is the mark to beat. Let's see what he can do. Ladies and gentlemen, Steve Swan, the Dixie Digger. Wow, 183.45. 183.45. Looking down the official results. All right, we got one in the stock hold, but your top three in the Stock 16 finals is unofficial. Carter Fox, you take it at 209.02. Finishing second with
Lawson Leaper at
202.81, and third was Jackson Caldwell at 188.12.
well, we have
One final puller to go, and it's in the stock altered. It's Ben Keller with a tractor with kind of an interesting name. Well, yours truly, the Blabbermouth of the Mid-Atlantic. You know, I've also this is really my third year pulling, as I'm going to get in it more full time now. My nephew now has gotten involved in some other things, so well, he's playing sports. He's really doing good in football and baseball and basketball, so he's going to basically hang up the pulling there for a little bit, and I'm just going to go ahead and take over to Stock 16. Of course, I've been pulling antique tractors for 33 years, and I have pulled here with my big tractor. This is the first time I pulled my little one on this track. Of course, I've been enjoying calling the shots here for the garden tractor pullers. And going to be up there June 21st at D&D Motorsports in Smithsburg. We invite you to keep them all together, and we'll see you up there in Smithsburg. Of course, I know we also pulled down in Kearneysville, West Virginia. They're going to have a pull coming up, I think, on the 14th. But they're loading up the sled right now for this last puller. He's the only one in the class, and that's Ben Keller with the stock altered. And that'll wrap it up today here in Johnsville. I hope you enjoyed it. We had absolutely gorgeous weather today. A little windy, but that wind actually dried things out. But I'll tell you what, this track stayed together. I've never seen this track hold the moisture like it did today. This track's always known to dry out, even with the antique tractor pullers. We've always had to deal with a dry track condition. This track held up marvelously today. Want to thank the track crew. Doug Shupp on the Massey Ferguson, just give him a big thank you. He's done a great job today, but he always does a great job when he works the track. He's one of the best trackmen out there. So we want to take a big thank you to him. Also our flagmen and flag ladies, I should say, flagging for us today. We thank everyone that's helping us out here today. Of course, Ken Reeder, she's down there. She took care of the lineup today and trying to keep me straight. And she keeps me straight on the numbers. And all the official results will be posted on our site. So this is our last puller of the day on a tractor that Ben calls the Red Baron. Well, hey, Ben, when you get done, I want to get you to pull up next to my tractor. I want to get both these Baron tractors a picture. Because he has what he calls the Red Baron. I have the little Red Baron. The big one isn't here. That's back at home, but that'll be pulling on the 31st. But our last pull here today, driving the Red Baron, here comes Ben Keller. What a good run, 209.83.